Good evening, everybody, and thank you for being here as we continue our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Once upon a roll, Eden, all that good stuff. Last we had left off, Duranda and Elevorn had a conversation. Elevorn having overheard something she maybe doesn't, that should not have, in that Zevzal was going to be a father. Durand an uncle, in Elevorn's words. However, moving shortly along, you all continued to make your final preparations for your departure to Draconia via sea, as well as a little bit of a team effort to push the couple of Zevzal and Neve the little nudge they needed to, by the end of the session, agree to be wed prior to Zevzal leaving with the rest of you. And so, the preparations and word spreads about this wedding, and very quickly through the tight-knit community of little Ulhar and the other dragonborn of your clan, Durand. And it makes a bit of a stir, and people seem excited, happy to be able to celebrate something positive. And amidst the uncertainty of their situation, which is still relatively fresh for most of them. So, as you guys see and watch, preparations begin to be made. Many out-of-pocket funding for food and decor are brought in and begin to be prepared and set up, and different floral arrangements, as well as other unique to the culture of the clan decorations are being set up around houses and around the little sort of village of these dragonborn. All the while, should you all wish it, you could do your own things in your own part as well. Is there anything that anybody might wish to do for this wedding? Either Durand with Zevzal or one of the ladies with Neve, or vice versa, or whatever you want to do. Is there anything that you guys want to add in as the preparations are getting underway? The wedding is going to be occurring essentially the night before you leave.
Well, we help with decorations.
Sure. You're just gonna help people put up decorations and the like?
Maybe a bit more coordinated. So, asking Neve, I guess, like what kind of color she likes, maybe types of flowers that we can get locally that she may like, stuff like that.
Okay.
But like, annoy her enough-ish.
So bugging her enough, kind of taking on that role, you find the kinds of things that she likes, and you make sure that anything within means that you can find is there. Go ahead and make make a general intelligence check. See how wedding planning, is that intelligence? Seems like it should be, maybe. It's surprisingly not in the player's handbook, I think.
Uh-huh.
It's not a proficiency that you can have.
17.
Okay. More than enough. Anybody else?
+5.
5 for you, Duran? What are you doing?
Minus 22. Mine's 22.
Okay, even better then. So, throughout this and getting everything set up, and you kind of become one that people end up going to for like, hey, where does this go, or what kind of um, different flowers or different things does she want, and you maybe not having intended so at the start end up being one of the sort of centerpieces of the uh, decorating crew, essentially. And in doing so, you actually come across a few things that at first strike you as odd. The um, placement of kind of unique in your mind decoration, such as um, the floral arrangements and flowers being strung up between posts in a fishing net. And at first you're like, that's naughty, that's ugly. But then you learn that that's sort of part of this clan's culture and representative of where they come from and how they sustain themselves back home. And so you take some time, and in doing so, you learn a little bit more about at least this one Duran's particular clan's customs, at least when it comes to weddings. Anybody else?
Well, I think I would need to find Durant and see if he still has the memory crystal thingy.
I believe he does. And I think it's holding the memory of Elevorn's age, if I'm not mistaken. I think
A
that's
memory of what?
True.
exactly.
I think I wrote it down in here.
I think that was the last time it was used.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
the
I
last
think
thing.
so.
All right, so not necessarily the memory of Elevorn's age, but the knowledge, I suppose, that Elevorn is old by human standards.
Like really old. No. So so you know that crystal thingy that holds memories or whatever? I thought maybe if you could, I don't want to steal like all of your memories, but if you could just, for a moment show me what it looked like there, I could use my spell to make it look like it here with the for a few days. I mean, it'll wear off. It's not permanent or anything, but I thought it might, you know,
Um, that's a very strange request.
well, I mean, we can't take them home, so I just thought we could make it look like home, or more like home, or as close to home as I can manage to make it.
I mean, well, alright. It doesn't hurt.
All right. So you're pulling out the memory crystal then, Durand?
Yeah, and I guess I have to absorb this one.
So taking it in and kind of being like, oh, right, that's here. You kind of just quickly focus on it and take in that memory that Elevorn had in there, and then focusing on a memory of your home. Yes? And putting
Yeah.
that into the crystal. Alright, so focusing on the memories of your home, the way it was prior to the attack, prior to its destruction. Walking the streets, the people going about their lives, you with not much else focus in your head other than getting stronger, getting better. The smell of the fresh caught and cooked fish, the breeze wafting in from over the walls of your small town, your small clan. The rustle of the leaves from the forest that lays just beyond the farmlands outside of the gates. All of this streams into the memory crystal as Elevon, you stand watching as Durand is in a trance-like state, focused on the crystal as the clear crystal begins to fill with color, a bright pinkish white color that radiates as Durand continues to focus in, and by the end, Durand, you have the memory in the crystal, and no longer do you have those memories that you placed in the crystal. Such is the way of that item. This is just weird. You know what you just did. There's no like, oh, what did I just do? You know that you just had those memories of your home, and you know you just placed those memories of your home in the crystal, but for the life of you, you can't recall detail or anything that you had placed in the crystal. And it's this weird feeling. It's holding it in your hand, and almost a part of you is almost reluctant to let it go.
You didn't put anything important in there, right?
It's hard to say, but I hope it helps.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
So just to be clear, it was a memory. It's not like you don't remember your home anymore.
I know.
It was just a nice memory that you had.
Yeah, I get the feel.
So, I mean, I could do this now so that it's like set up or whatever, and then you can have your memory back, and I'll just borrow it for a few minutes.
I mean, it's alright. If I remember anyways, don't the memories get fuzzy when they get transferred in and out so often?
Yeah, but if Elevon, you guys both would know that as you both were around Ubriel and the Feywild and got that explanation. But having it go like transfer once or twice isn't enough to completely deteriorate them. It's like constantly using it that it gets the wear and tear essentially.
That's alright. I mean, if anyone should have the memory, I guess it'd be best if you did.
Honestly, I am kind of, well, really curious. So, I mean, I do want to do a nice thing for them, but also, you've been talking about this place, and I just was wondering what it looked like. To, I mean, obviously, it isn't just for me, but I am curious.
Sure, that makes it probably all the better then, if you're so passionate about it.
Yes, the map, yeah, your home. You're very curious about that, yeah.
Alright, then, here.
Thank you, and thank you for agreeing to do this. Do you think they'll like it?
I'm sure I haven't seen a single person ever disappointed in whatever you've made for them.
Okay.
So, are you focusing on the memory now, Elevon?
Before I do this, maybe I should check in with Era, because she's kind of organizing a lot of stuff, and I could maybe coordinate something with her. So I'll use the bracelet and be like, Era.
Yes, Celeborn. I may need your help. I think I have too much to do. I think I put too much on my plate. It's fine. I can do it all. I'm not struggling at all.
Well, I was just going to, I can make places look like other places, sort of, like, with.
Does she? Have you used it with her?
I don't know if I've used it with you.
I thought that the last time you used it was in Worthy, and I don't think Era was there.
I think it was in the desert. Maybe you weren't there.
Which, mayhaps. I mean, what do you have in mind?
Well, Durant was kind enough to give me a memory of, like, I haven't looked at it yet, but of their hometown thingy city, port. I am not sure what to call it, but where they live, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have the memory of that, and I thought maybe I could make it look a little bit like that. But if there was like a specific color to like try to incorporate into it as well, maybe I could try to do that.
I'd like to. What is Neve's favorite color? I guess, or color choice.
I would say like a light lavender.
Okay. I will use the bracelet and relay this information to Elevor. And so it seems like she likes more of a light lavender color. But I do think that would be a good idea. It would make it feel more home to them, maybe more in a comfortable setting.
Okay.
Yeah, and memory, you said? Really cool, I guess. Very nifty.
Yeah. Well, it's a little crystal thingy. I mean, yeah, it's well, you can put the memory in it, but then you don't have the memory once you do it, so it's kind of weird, but useful sometimes. Like, that's how I gave the overview of the city of Brushburn to your people. The academy.
So it's okay because like we'll have a memory of a memory, right? So while you recreate this, we're gonna have a newfound memory of this place that is unfamiliar to me but familiar to other people. So I mean, you know.
Remember the wedding? Yeah, a memory of the memory. Yeah, sure.
Do you want me to make it like flowery of some?
Yes, of
Okay.
course. Have you seen this place? It definitely
Durant's
needs more
home, but
flowers.
it's flowery and like all the buildings are painted purple, and it's like, what the hell have you done to my?
No, I was thinking like, there'd be like little purple flowers like tied into buildings or something, like ribbon or something.
Gotcha. So like, yeah, okay.
It just
So like,
looks.
why have we been decorating the past 2 days? If you could, basically.
Well, I think that I would have came with this pretty, like, tried to be kind of quick with it, that I could do this sort of thing. But there should be like fine details that are like keepsakes, because it all goes away, it disappears, after days.
Mhm.
Well, I am sold on this idea.
Okay, so
What's the radius of plates that you can affect?
it's Mirage Arcane.
He is. Oh dear, this is a long one. So it lasts 10 days. A square mile. Look, sound, smell, and even feel like some other terrain. The general shape remains the same. However, open fields or a road can be made to resemble a swamp, hill, crevasse, or some other difficult or impossible terrain. A pond can be made to seem like a grassy meadow. Blah 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 blah. You can make the appearance of structures or add them when none are present. Doesn't disguise, conceal, or add creatures. Includes audible, visual, tactile, and olfactory elements. Creature with truth, I can see through it. Blah blah blah. So yeah, everything for all intents and purposes, it's real.
Well, for 10 days.
Surprising that you can be like that. That you could be like, okay, 10 minutes to create a square mile worth of illusion and get all these details. But all right, such is the spell.
Well, it's a memory. I'm using a memory of a place, so that's otherwise it'd be.
What happens if somebody goes into a that Dadan didn't have a memory of what the inside of that building looks like?
Well, I don't think I want to put up random not buildings. That would be weird, right? So maybe
they're-
just the terrain and stuff, like can decorate things. Like the trees could appear as they do there, and the buildings are then more of the style on the outside.
Okay.
And like not putting anything there that isn't
So you're
there.
not just transporting you guys to his home. You're just making everything more homey.
Yeah, because that would be weird otherwise, right?
Hmm.
I mean, would it? Does anybody have a vote on this? Should I make it look exactly like the memory, or should I just kind of...
Here's your destroyed home.
Oh, that caught me off guard. I think elements incorporated in it would be a nice. Good point.
Remember this, guys? Oh, for one night, for 10 days only. Back in... Oh, dear. Sorry, Daron.
It's okay.
It's not funny. So Max doesn't know about the memory crystal, do you?
No, I do know about the memory crystal.
Oh, you know, like its origin and like what it is?
Hell no, you don't.
No, I could have.
When the hell
Maybe I'm confusing it with
I
something else.
tell you
they
anything about
used
this?
it.
Yeah, didn't like an academy member bring it to the house at some point?
Well,
Well, yeah.
they got it in the
No.
Feywild, where
Oh.
it basically was used by a clan of pixies, and instead of gold and coin and stuff like that, they bartered with good memories, essentially.
Memories.
So yeah, that's where it came from.
Crazy. I mean, it sounds familiar, but it could be meta knowledge, I guess.
It would have to be. It was before you started playing.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, she kind of interacted with it, sort of, because the academy needed to see the overview of...
Yeah.
Because I was scrying,
I
so
just
I
didn't know
used
that.
it.
I just didn't know. It was like, hey, we had this random magic item that doesn't have an origin story. Anyway, so is that what you're doing, Elevorn? You're just kind of making the buildings that exist here more in the style that they were in the memory. You're making the terrain more of what it was in the memory and that kind of thing. You're not just full on blanketing over this place with what you see in the memory.
No, because like you said, that would be really bad probably, and everybody would start to cry and just be like, what's happening?
All right. So, are you taking the memory in now?
Yeah.
All right. So, you don't know why, or maybe you do, but you're like, okay, time to look at this memory, and you don't immediately, and you're wondering if you should immediately, and you really, really want to, but at the same time, you don't know why it feels weird to, but eventually you push through, and you focus on the slightly glowing pink crystal in your hand, and all of a sudden, much like when you trance at night, you are taken in like a deep daydream where you become unaware of your surroundings and are just lost in this memory. You are standing. The first thing that hits you is the sound of the ocean not too far away, and the wind coming off of it, bringing the lightly salty smell of that sea air past you, and as it travels past, running through the dense forest on the other side, and the sound of the leaves rustling in that wind. So you have the sound of the ocean transferring into the sound of the trees. Around you, there are humble but well-built wood and straw structures, houses, more than simply huts, but not the type of architecture that you would expect to see in places like Vasselholm or Brushburn or the Empire at all, but unique and still functional and, in their way, very pretty. One building stands apart, however, and it's towards the center of this small town or village. The only multi-storied building here, and it has a different appeal to it, more refined, more angular, and definitely more has went into the aesthetics here. And somehow you don't know why but in this memory you know that that's essentially where the both a mix of like a town hall, library, and study for those who have been gifted with magic. The entire town is surrounded by a short wall, even smaller than that of Ambervale's wall, on two sides, as one part of the town is flanked and defended by the ocean, and another is built up against a massive mountain. And looking up just before the clouds, the peak ends, and there's this small domed stone structure. The place where the seers of your village would look for signs from either the gods or the dragon whose namesake your clan has taken. Looking at the details, most of the roads here are dirt roads, but clean. And everyone that you've seen in this memory walking through are both busy, they have a job to do, but they seem happy to do it. Conversations are going on around as people go through their work, and everybody knows everybody else. As you're observing through the eyes of this memory, walking essentially in Duran's body, seeing things through his eyes, people greet you, and Duran greets or you greet them back. And for the remainder of the memory that Duran had given you, you kind of just watch for the most part and kind of forget even that this is not your own memory. As you kind of begin to remember that your lost trance-like daydreamy state, you kind of blink out of that. I was like, oh, what was I doing again?
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Oliver's going to sniffle a little bit and not try to, just be like, "No, I'm not." She's not actually going to say anything, but she's just like trying to not seem kind of sad. You know? It was really nice. I mean, the memory. Your memory. It's your town, your people. Your people were your town.
Yeah, it is. Oh, well, not exactly, but almost.
different. I mean, from here. Or anywhere here that I remember seeing. So. Okay, so I'll do the spell now because I need to give you back your memory and but yeah. So I'll do that now.
All right. So, Era, as you are being swarmed by questions and directing traffic as this wedding planner that you have become, you see Elevorn stroll into the center of this small village and kind of look around, get a bearing on her surroundings. You see that she has the memory crystal in hand that is currently empty, indicating that she has the memory in her head now. And Elevorn, you look around and kind of thinking back and going back to that memory on occasion and being like, okay, that's gonna look like, and I'll do this with that, and that would feel a lot like home, but maybe not too much to be inappropriate. Okay, good. And you begin to cast the spell. Or do you begin to cast the spell? Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, I would cast it. So
Okay. So that's going to take 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Era and anyone else who's around, you witness that originating from Elevorn. You don't have to use the full square mile, so kind of just, if you want, keep it to the area that they live in because they don't occupy a square mile.
well, yeah, I mean I would just maybe like if it's just like the beach or whatever, kind of try to incorporate any of that. Just so that the edges look sort of similar to it.
Oh.
Like
Gotcha. So, originating from Elevorn, after 10 minutes of her casting, you can see that the ground sort of ashen gray and brown dirt that makes up the area on which these people live begins to change, starting at Elevorn. A thick, rich, earthy brown takes its place as the spell begins to take hold, including a number of little beds of flowers and patches of green, making sort of walkways in the earth, and it stretches and spreads and reaches the buildings, which these kind of quickly, hastily built and put together shacks that most of the individuals here live in transform and morph into still simple but much buildings that seem to have much more care and time put into their construction. Overall, it seems like everything's just getting a nice little cleanup. It's not an overwhelming, huge, exaggerated shift from where they are now to a lap of luxury, but it is a noticeable difference, and the atmosphere and air around the village changes as well, as now a stronger scent of both fresh, lively green and trees mix with the the light smell of the ocean air, much like what you are drawing on Elevorn, that smell. The edges of the village, beyond the shelters and homes, the trees, which are more sparse and less full than they were in the memory, you kind of line that backdrop with the tall, thick trees of Duran's home. And although visually a lot of things that you have incorporated here are definitely striking differences, the main impactful parts of this illusion are in the sounds and smells that you've brought from this memory. Did something happen to me? I can't hear the music anymore. Or you guys.
I hear it.
Hello.
Hello?
It's you.
My speaker just died.
Satch.
Double check.
Why?
Well, why the hell am I talking if you
I
can't
can't
freaking
hear
hear?
anybody.
Just have him watch the VOD.
Give me a second. Well, that's not good. Hello?
Hello.
No, can't hear you guys.
That's good.
Oh.
Alright, I just changed it to my laptop. If you guys are getting a lot of feedback, let me know and I'll try to do something else.
Bop.
Uh,
Barely.
Anything?
Can you hear
No.
us?
I can hear you, yeah, just fine. I'm playing it on my laptop, but like my laptop's like right here and the mic is here, so if you guys are like getting the echo effect, I wouldn't want to do that. Are you guys getting an echo effect?
no.
Mm-mm.
Well, I'm not.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Well, let's continue. So, as you finish casting the spell, everybody that has been working with you, Era, suddenly just is stopped and is in awe of what has just happened beneath their feet, around them, right before their very eyes. Hands come up to cover mouths, eyes go wide. As looks like as this place has been transformed into just a tiny piece of what their home used to be. To the feel of the air and the breeze, it has shifted and is different and leads them in a bit of is reminiscent of their home versus what you would normally feel here in this area of the empire.
I'm going to, I guess, casually just walk up to Elevor, equally impressed, and then just pat her on the back. Oh wow, you did an awesome job. I mean, just look at everyone's expression.
You can see now people are going up and sort of tentatively reaching out and touching some of the flowers like feeling the side of the building and maybe remembering just, what it was like to open their own doors back in Dracania and little tiny things like that.
Does it seem okay? Do you think? I mean, do people seem okay?
There's a small tug at your clothing, Elevorn.
Yes.
There's a little dragonborn child that you recognize, Era. Did you do this?
Yeah. I mean, Durand
I'm
helped me.
watching you. You looking kind of. I was gonna ask somebody about you because you were just sitting there for a long time and it looked like you weren't okay, but then this happened.
It won't stay like this forever, just a little while. Couple days, maybe a week.
He's looking around and. That's really cool. Looks to Era, looks back to you. Can you make me taller?
Well, I could make you a taller animal. I smile.
What? Like, what are tall? What are tall animals? Lots of animals are taller than me right now. Like, horses are taller than me, but that's not tall enough. I want to be tall like, I want to be like one of the adults. Big enough. What's the tallest animal you can make me?
Well, like use prestidigitation just to make like an image of the Durandosaurus thingy that like
The eyes goes wide like, whoa, I've never seen anything like that. But it's really small. I want to be taller. That could fit in your hand. That's a weird looking lizard. And it's cool. I mean, that's the best you can do. I guess it's fine. And as you begin to explain that no, this tiny image of a dinosaur is not to scale or actual size, he gets called away by his mother to do his chores that he presumably still has not done.
Oh, I see. Well,
Well, I mean, look at that. The kid thinks it's cool. So they must all think it's cool.
That's how that works, right?
hopefully. I mean, I hope it's okay. Or like close enough but not too close. I don't.
You could ask
Uh,
Durand, who is now first getting his first impression of this.
Yeah, we should find around. We should. I should. I mean, I kind of ran off to come here, but maybe he's about where I left him.
I don't even know where you left him.
I'm not exactly sure either. So then, well, I would use the bracelet
Okay.
just to check where he is, so I can run off and go find him to see what he thinks of the perhaps mess I've made.
Hmm.
Durand? I kind of left in a hurry, so where could I come? Where are you? If you don't mind me coming to bother you.
Yeah. That's fine. You can bother me anytime. It's fine.
So where are you?
Oh, this?
No, you. I mean, are you training again? Or I don't know if you did something while I was. Because I kind of left in a hurry because I was all. I wanted to get your memory back to you and, because it's a really nice memory. And
It's okay. I mean, kind of like I mentioned, it's okay if you keep it.
I mean, can you see the town? Is it okay? Or is it not okay? Or.
Okay. I'm on my way.
Alright. So, then you head back to the town to, like, immediately, even before you get into the center of it, you notice that there's a change. Eerie familiarness to it that you weren't expecting and that wasn't there when you had left it this morning. But you walk back in and you can see, at first, it doesn't really feel odd at all. At some part of you, this is just what normal is. So it does take you a moment to realize that the buildings have changed, the ground has changed, the trees in the distance have changed. And it's one of those scents, the smell of what you had grown so accustomed to back home that really triggers the wait. Something, this is different. This is different. So it's basically, this could very well just be a small snapshot, a small section of bit of your home. Like, it doesn't look exactly like any place that you recall, but it would fit right in if, say your clan was to expand and continue building it. You imagine it would look a lot like this. Look and feel a lot like this.
My gosh, has Dev seen this?
You're a little choppy for me, Dune. I don't know if anyone else is hearing that.
Oh, really?
Maybe I'm hearing you wrong, but is Dune okay for everybody else, or is it just me?
No, he is a bit choppy sometimes.
It's like, it feels like it's like not picking you up entirely, like your sensitivity is too low or something.
I have him muted because he's right here.
That's fair.
I'm so offended.
I mean, you sound fine to me. Not that I.
I mean, that
Wait.
sounded okay. It's just
There you
sometimes.
go.
I just probably have to always speak up.
Anyway,
I was saying, this is amazing. Has Dev seen it?
You think it's okay then? It's not too much?
Oh, I think it's more than okay.
I'm so glad you think so.
It's not anywhere I've been. Well, I guess it's not an exact copy, but it feels like it's like walking to a new place. It's just like home.
Well, your home was really lovely. I mean, at least in your memory. The one you shared with me. You know.
Yeah, it is. Wes, it is, I guess.
So, as with the new terrain, new setting, the Mirage Arcane having taken effect, the final pieces and decorations get placed and set up as the day draws on. Is there anything that any of you four would wish to do or accomplish prior to going into the wedding the night before you are to depart the Empire for Draconia? Or is everybody all ready to set sail?
Well, aside from my crystal thingy, gem, a gate,
Yes.
or whatever. But yeah.
You would have been able to get that. Did you already pay for it?
Yeah?
Okay, I'm asking you as the DM. Don't.
No, it was a little bit fuzzy, but yeah, I mean, I marked it off. I don't know
Well,
if
then-
I paid in full or have to pay a part of it back to them.
No, yell at
whatever.
him for assuming that you didn't pay. How dare he?
What do you mean? I don't make you guys pay out in full all the time, so like I said, maybe it was half. But how much did you mark off, and is that the full cost of the gem that you wanted? Because it's a certain value that you need, right?
At least 1,000.
And did you mark off 1,000?
Yes?
Okay, then you paid for it, or at least you marked off the money for it.
That's math.
Sure. Alright, so yes, you have the requisite item reagent for awakening a plant or beast. Who knows what plant or beast Elevorn will choose to awaken? Only Elevorn knows. There's no way to ever guess what she might do with that.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be Durand.
Awaken Durand.
Awaken me? Can you?
Oh lord. Yeah, you should totally do that. Awaken Durand.
I don't think that
The
works
horse,
like that.
Durand. The Durand, the
Oh,
horse.
the horse. Awaken the horse. Oh dear.
Then the horse wants to follow the namesake's footsteps and wants to become a paladin.
There you go. No, this world's only big enough for one Durand. One sentient Durand. Anyways. Nadadian, anything that you want to do? Want to make sure is done prior to leaving?
Everything that I wanted was done before,
Alright.
so don't really have
Making-
anything, no.
Durand, Era? Are you guys just about ready to set sail?
Um, mm, Yeah, nothing I can think of at this time, other than
Yeah.
you know.
Got all your papers, all your inks, and all that. You already got that taken care of. So.
Yeah.
Durant.
I'm good.
All right. So we go to a.
wait. There's one more thing I want to do. And I wanted to do it before, but I forgot. I got distracted by my Mirage Arcane. But if I could just spend, like, like a day, like, casting plant growth to make the ground better for the people here. Like, especially for her growing her herbs and stuff. For the
Okay. That's
As like a
definitely
present.
doable.
You know.
Yeah, wedding gift. Sure. That's perfectly within your capabilities. So, it's the day before you are set to leave. As morning turns to afternoon, there's a definite buzz in the air around both the individuals of Duran's clan that are here and are excited for Neve and Zevzal's wedding, and amidst the four of you, as well as Zevzal and Svenkrid, those that are maybe at times also looking forward to this wedding, but when you're not around each other and you have a moment to yourself, always looking past it a little, and your mind wanders to the next day, the next morning, when you are to depart aboard the Falfnimloth. However, that is tomorrow, and today is today. So, first things first, I guess, Durand, are you going to be the one marrying them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the spell.
Alright. Also, I guess, what do you guys, what is your attire?
I would be wearing the Feywild stuff. My
Mhm.
Feywild dress. Thanks.
Okay.
I think I have to wear my regular stuff.
Just your shiniest of armor?
Yeah.
Alright. Netadion, you wearing your fanciest of bandanas?
I don't wear bandanas. Jeez. I mean, the wedding wasn't really planned too far, so
It wasn't.
just normal casual shirt and stuff.
Sure. Era?
I guess something casual that I have. Yeah, or like maybe like a dress, but like a casual dress.
Do you have a casual dress?
I fucking hope so. I would think that.
Did you go and buy
I
casual
mean,
clothes? I think maybe,
I didn't.
probably. I don't know if you bought a casual dress or something, but if you wanted to have casual clothes, sure. Easy enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
'Cause I know you at least have you have the thing that you wore to the Aegis thing.
That I
It's a bit fancier, I think.
yeah, no, I'm not this. No, not
Nah,
too
just
fancy. No,
just your
not for this.
typical peasant girl dress.
A peasant girl.
I'm saying that kind of aesthetic, that sort of medieval, citizenry type dress.
Okay, but
I'm not
like not
saying that Era's
peasant.
a
Thank you.
peasant. I'm saying that that kind of just simple dress
Yes.
like outfit. Okay. Don't.
Thank you.
No need to yell. All right. All right. So, as people begin to gather, as this sort of build and excitement rises, as Zavzal is out with others and kind of intermingling and finds you, Durand. He has a drink in hand and he is dressed up in very simple but nice clothing, nothing too fancy. Elevorn by far is the fanciest dressed here, the most out there dressed. A lot of other people, they're wearing their nicest clothing, but their nicest clothing isn't necessarily fancy clothing. So everything is clean, everything is, very presentable, but none of it is of very high quality. So, Netadion and Era kind of fit in. Elevorn definitely stands out. Like the fabulous butterfly she is.
Trying to say I'm not
Doesn't
fancy.
she always stand out pretty much?
That's fair. The opposite of Netadion, who nobody has seen in like 4 days. Anyway.
Yeah.
She's like, whoa, where did those decorations and planters come from? And Neri's just standing there like, I just put them up. You watched me do it. She's so stealthy that she's become permanently invisible.
Yep.
Anyways. So, Zev, with his walking stick, approaches you, Daran. He sees you and can't say that I've even attended many of these back home. I hope you know what you're doing. I certainly have no idea.
Well, they've shown me a thing or two. I don't think I've ever been to one myself, but
Yeah, I mean, I know they happened. I remember hearing about them, but we always had more interesting things to do, huh?
well, not to say that these aren't interesting, but I can.
I mean, I'm not saying no. By no means am I saying that this isn't. It's mine, of course. I was saying, back in the day. I guess I haven't seen Neve at all today. Well, after this morning, anyway. So, I wonder if she's as nervous as I am.
I mean, I think she's a lot calmer than you on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's, I suppose, fair. That's who she is, though. Odd. She is a lot more level-headed than I am. Kind of brings me back down when I get too far out there.
And good to have someone to keep you grounded.
Well, wonder who is gonna fill that role when we get out there, huh? I'll have to, I guess, start policing myself.
God, who is gonna pull that role when we get out there?
Who knows? Maybe we need a bit more. Maybe the time will come, the situation where a bit more unfettered is for the best. Anyways, that's then. I keep thinking about tomorrow and the next few months and what comes after that. I need to be here now. I can't miss this.
Of course. Enjoy the now, my friend.
Doing my best.
I'll try to make this as easy for you as possible.
I do appreciate that. And so, as the sun creeps lower in the sky and it begins to set, different torches and lights and candles begin to be lit and give a nice warm glow to the entire central area of this village, where the entirety of the Yildirim Vaktok clan that have made their way here to Verdity are in attendance. Light music is playing, and there's a sort of joyous tension in the air as everyone is excitedly awaiting for essentially the main event of the evening and the arrival of the bride, Neve. You guys all just mingling? Is there anything else?
I'm reading the book on how to wed people for dummies.
How to
How to
Wedding
wed
for...
people for dummies.
Yeah, right. What? Stole my joke. Wedding ceremonies for dummies.
I mean, I don't know.
Make sure you have a bride and a groom. Huh?
Oh, you
I do
need
need
those
those
too?
too.
Ah, shit. Where do I get those?
What? Was Era helping Neve get ready, or was anybody helping her? I mean, I'm sure she has friends, but also, like, I don't know.
So are you trying to... Are you going to attempt to assist Neve in the getting ready?
I mean, if nobody else is. I mean, or if, like we could do it jointly, or I don't know.
Alright, so... inserting yourself into the group of bridesmaids. So you're helping Neve out. She's in her home, and the dress that has been procured for her is, again, a simple one, much like what, similar to what Era is wearing, but like a step up above that, essentially, and especially in the coloring of it, which is a very, very almost white to the point of how light it is, kind of pinkish purple color. And as you assist her getting in, she's kind of just talking and almost to the point of rambling, something that is very uncharacteristic of Neve. You can tell that she is feeling the nerves, and you can see as you assist her in putting the dress on, which is again, very light pink and long sleeved, that as she does, you can see the scars and the lasting damage caused by the acid of the black dragon all up and down her arms, which is one of the reasons why she had wanted a long sleeve dress. But you help her into it regardless, and it plays nicely off of the blue, the lighter blue of her scales. And as you help, and she finishes getting into it and adjusts the sleeves upward and kind of looks herself up and down, she, for the first time since you have started helping her, goes silent and is just scanning the room and you guys' faces, trying to gauge your assessment of how she looks.
Oh, hmm. I'm gonna do a weird thing. I'm gonna use my older self to just look like exactly how she looks right now. I don't have. I gave my mirror to the bird.
I gave my mirror to the bird. This is the next best thing. She looks you slash herself up and down. It's like, this is certainly odd, but I mean, what do you think?
She's nodding at herself.
She's nodding at herself.
I mean, other words, nodding.
Yes,
You know.
I understand. Okay, well, my father did used to tell me that one's own approval was most important, so that's good. I think I'm as ready as I will be. Zebzal, Neredian, and the rest. You see as you kind of feel a shift in the air as attention and murmurs go through as Neve and Zebzal's home, the door opens up for the first time in quite some time. Elevorn and Era, you exit as along with a couple of Neve's friends who are in there with you as well, and you all take your places around in the crowd, grabbing a drink should you wish. As Neve begins to walk out, and there's an error, so I cannot play the music on cue. Because of course there fucking is. Thank you, Spotify. So Neve walks out, and Darand, you stand there with Zevzal, who was previously kind of talking with you and nervously looking around, now his eyes fixated on Neve as she begins to approach the two of you. You kind of get a little feeling of, happiness for your friend, as you can see just the admiration for his partner as he watches her, and you see a smile make its way across his face as Neve gets ever closer. She and Zevzal meet eyes, and they share a sort of little nervous, silly laugh as she gets to the point and takes her place there with Zevzal to your left and Neve to your right. You begin the ceremony. Speaking both from points of tradition in your clan, as well as obviously what it means to take those traditions and bring them here to a new place, keeping them alive, and as well adapting and making a new life, a new love, a new family here. Brought out is a small piece of one of those fishing nets that you had seen get put up, Era, and as Neve and Zevzal clasp hands, that bit of net is wrapped and tied around their joint hands, ending with one of those light lavender flowers now kind of being jointly held by the two of them. Daran, you continue the proceeding and speak in Draconic for the last bit. The vows between both Neve and Zevzal, again taking from what you knew of from tradition, things that you have spoken with some of the elders that have made their way here about how to preside over one of these, and as well from your own heart, talking to your best friend of many years and the woman he is marrying. At the end, when the two come together and kiss and the cheers erupt through the crowd, both of their armor classes going up by 2.
Yeah.
You realize that despite speaking and this whole time, you've been sort of holding your breath a little, and you finally sort of exhale and you kind of take your place in those that are appreciating and celebrating the joining of Neve and Zevzal. As you find out, the first wedding, the first new marriage in the clan since they arrived here in the Empire. As the two of them go to sort of nervously, especially Zevzal, and seems like almost unwilling to, but is caught up in this moment, and he's clearly albeit reluctantly, kind of jokingly, reluctantly going to an opening that has been made to them to dance. It is an awkward and lovely display of what some may approximate to dancing. But as a couple minutes pass, eventually a familiar face joins in as the music shifts to something a little bit more upbeat. The very outgoing and seemingly very fond of attention young dragonborn makes his way onto the dance floor and begins to flail around in another way that probably cannot be approximated to dancing. However, this leads to many others just beginning to break their attention away from solely being focused on Neve and Zevzal, and the wedding itself turns into more of a community party. You put away your beginner's guide to weddings and so the night continues, and I mean, if there's anything that you guys want to do, speak now or forever hold you.
What was the part for objections to the wedding?
Nah, there are none.
Not in this plan.
Not
You can't object.
in this plan. These two want to do it. Nobody else gets a say in their wedding. Fuck off.
I'll just disintegrate them.
Just
Oh my.
I am just.
Nope.
Anybody else? Hopefully not. I don't have any more spell slots.
No, I don't know how many spells she can cast.
True.
Yeah, she's bluffing.
Listen, I have other spells, not just disintegrate, okay?
So just going about the evening?
Yeah.
Nothing in particular anyone wants to do?
I got nothing.
I think the real question is, did you dance, Neri? Did you dance the night away with a crowd of...
Dancing really isn't my thing.
That's not true. You did well. Every time that you've danced, it's been good.
Yeah, you could
It's
say the
still
same
not
thing
my
about me.
thing. It's still not Neri's thing, though.
So, after the wedding, because it's a different day, I mean, even though it's not, even if it wasn't, I mean, well, no, it is a different day, right? Because, like, it was a different day from when I did the
What are you
Mirage, I
trying to do?
think. I was just gonna go get somebody or three from Ambervale and bring them, and then, I mean, I could then send them home too, or at least in the morning.
Okay, who are you bringing over?
I would just go get Isaiah, and so like after all of the the official stuff, so just the party part, just kind of slip away and go back, and maybe Kina, and if Mary's mom wanted to come see her, or maybe Naval and Rogueskern or whatever, just bring some people. Maybe, well, Sven's already here, so I don't have to bring him, right? So.
All right. Sure. So
Just bring
I
everybody.
just bring
Bring
everybody at
everybody.
this point.
no, that's not a lot of people. That's enough people. So, surprise, surprise for Netadian era, as suddenly here at this party, half a continent away from Ambervale, you are approached by Naval Rokskern. Isaiah, actually, no, that Isaiah does not sneak up on you, Netadian, though he tries.
Ah,
Some,
young Padawan needs to learn.
I mean, uh, I'm still on climbing buildings. I'll work on that while you're away.
Yeah, I'm just joking. It's fine if you can do all the things and anything.
So, this seems nice. As
Yeah, it is nice. And where did you come from, even? By the way,
Elavon, kind
I
of.
guess I should
I
have guessed
forgot
it.
every other word. She showed up and she was kind of like frantically speaking, sweating like a crazy person, and she just kind of got to come in to the trees some wedding, Nerdian, and so I followed. For a second, I honestly thought you were in danger.
Ah, yeah. Well, I'm not. Thankfully.
Can tell. Well, you might be soon because I'm going to ask you to dance.
Ah, do I have to?
Uh, I mean, yes.
Fine. Fine.
So, Isaiah and Netadian, you guys begin to dance both, a mix of kind of go out there when it's a more slow dancing thing, but it transitions into more upbeat music. Go ahead and make a performance check. Oh.
Yeesh.
Tell us.
That sounds like Isaiah didn't do well. What's this?
Just have him step on your toes, Neri.
Ow, my toes. What performance? 13.
13? All right. Not bad, not bad. Not compared to Isaiah's 19, though, but, you know.
Woo!
He's definitely taking the lead.
He's lighter on his feet on the dance floor than when he's trying to sneak up on you. You rolled a 5 on that one, but whatever. Era, you as well are told to dance, but only once the music gets more upbeat by Naval, who instantly gets there, says hello, kind of. It's like, well, so who's all of this for exactly? Never mind. I've never heard of them anyway. So, oh, and then the music changes to a more upbeat, and she just pulls you away from Roastskern, who is just kind of.
I'm pulling him.
No, please. Performance checks. So, it's a 19 for Naval. Again, probably higher than Isaiah due to modifiers, but natural. So somehow, Naval's eccentric flailing is actually done with such passion that it doesn't even look aesthetically bad. What's your performance check, Era?
19.
19. So you are just keeping pace, not to be outdone, as you never are. You you keep pace uh, with Naval, and essentially the two of you are doing some sort of like frantic jitterbug type dance to as the music is now struggling to keep up with the two of you, and having dragged Roadskern out. Still kind of attached to you guys, as you basically are just using him as a prop and throwing him around in this dance that he is like struggling, and with his 7 not keeping up with, he's stumbling around as the two of you are just uh, going crazy. Eventually he bows out and like manages to break away from the two of you. Elevorn, you notice that at some point Kina and little dragon boy child are talking with each other, and even at some point, just kind of moving to the music and doing the things, and you're gonna say, "So I'm sure that I can fly, Really, you can fly? Well, not all the time. Sometimes, not right now. I'm dancing right now." Anyways. Anything else, or just dance the night away?
At some point, I'd like to go up to Elevorn, and hug her.
So,
Oh, wow. And Ella is going to hug her back and start to cry a little bit. Not like bawl, just like, sniffle a little. I just thought it would be good.
I think this is more than anyone could ask. I had no idea, but thank you.
I know everybody said their goodbyes, but there was a little time. Still.
I think with you around, there's always going to be some time. But I mean, you make everything exciting, and I appreciate that. I guess.
You're so organized. I don't know where anything is, It's like without you, I don't know if this would have happened because I don't know how to do any of what you did to make this possible, really.
You want to hear something kind of funny? Well, aside from the talk that that we had, I guess that, it doesn't even matter. I used to, when I was younger, kind of fake plan weddings with like my siblings. So it was kind of exciting and I got my mind off things. I know that maybe that sounds a little bit weird, but it was something we did for fun with the neighborhood kids. Yeah.
Elevator's just grinning. She's just beaming. That's amazing. That's so cute. And that's really cool though. And it kind of explains a little bit. It's really cool though. Like I mean, like at first I was like, do we really need to be so organized? But it turned out really, really good. Probably because it was organized.
I don't think it would be where it's at without the element you provided. So you're equally efficient, if not probably more, at least in this regards. But I think we did great. And I think everyone's having a good time. Have you danced with Durand yet?
Well, no.
I'm
Why?
gonna grab her by the arm and then kind of drag her. Well, I mean, that's not gonna do. Like, listen, even I had, dance a couple of times. But you should probably. I mean, don't you want to? Durand, Hello, Durand. I'm gonna talk to the bracelet. It's an urgent matter, if you will. Where are you, Durand?
Here, I suppose.
That's crazy. I think Elevorn might be in trouble or something. You probably should go look for her. I'm gonna go back to my friends. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay, I'll go check on her.
So looking around, you are amidst others who are taller than your average human, but even amidst Dragonborn, you are a decent height, Daran. So you got a good vantage over some of the crowd and the people, and you find it surprisingly easy for you to spot Elevorn in a crowd. And you make your way to her, who, Elevorn, you have just been sort of dragged off and then left by Era, and you're just like, what is going on? And you see Daran making his way towards you. At this point, I would like Nedadian, Era, and let's say Daran to roll percentile for me.
Oh God.
Sweet lord. Which one was that again?
I guess I'm gonna say
These dice.
It's the 2d10. So a normal d10 and then the d10 that has the double digits on it, and you add those together. So you roll 2.
61.
6-1.
Yeah.
46.
Okay. Era.
Maybe roll the 2 pink die. The pink ones. 2. And then read the number. Don't add it, but read the numbers. Like left or right.
I don't think you're doing d100s right. Percentile. You are supposed to add the numbers.
I'm so comfortable. Let me see. Oh my God. Where's this thing?
You can roll
Phone,
2
please.
d10s, right? Instead.
Yeah. But you have to keep track of which one is like the 10s and which is the 1s.
68.
Okay. So we had, what was it, like 40 something, 61 and 68?
Yeah, mine was.
Good enough. Alright. Continue. Daran, do you find Elevorn?
I guess I'll approach. I'll put like my hands on her shoulders and like look at her and be like, "Are you okay? Is something wrong?"
No, nothing's. Yes, okay. Nothing's wrong. I just Era is gone. Now, I mean, she's here somewhere, but not right here. You know.
Era had a problem.
No. No, Era gave me a hug. Mm-hmm. Then I look up at Durand, nodding my head.
Oh. Oh, that's good.
And then she just asked me if I had danced with you, and then we came to find you.
I'd kind of been meaning to. I don't know. I guess. I guess everyone else just beat me to it, but would you like to dance?
Would I? Yeah, yes, I would. Please. I mean, yes, thank you. And other words, like blushing a little bit and, just kind of happily smiling.
So, you, Durand, and Elevorn take to the dance floor, and because I made everyone else go ahead and make a performance check, the two of you.
I can't lose. I can't lose it. 17.
Hmm.
It's an 18.
Nice. So, Nedadian, as you know, you and Isaiah are still on the dance floor as you notice Durand and Elevorn coming in, beginning to dance together, and you know, Isaiah notices too, and the two of you share a look that's like, good, finally.
Yeah, finally.
As standing by Era, you watch as Durand and Elevorn take to the dance floor, and Rokskern walks up and on one side and Naval on the other, and Rokskern looks to you. You've got a smug look on your face. You're awfully proud of yourself for something.
I'm always proud of myself. I do a good job sometimes. Anyways, how are you guys? Feel like
I'm doing all right, kind of recharging. These drinks that these Dragonborn make, they're not bad. I have to find out some sort of recipe. I don't know what they mix into them, but it's like sweet and sharp at the same time. It's quite awesome.
I haven't had enough to drink tonight. I don't feel. I still kind of feel sober, which is a bad thing. Yeah.
Well,
I
you
don't
should
want to.
drink more. I mean, apparently you did so much to set this whole thing up. People are talking, and I've heard your name come up more than once, even though, the rest of it was kind of gibberish. Didn't really understand it. Was that talk, that the Dragonborn ended to do? I can't really understand it that much. But, it was kind of like, the era, and it's like, oh, I know that one.
Oh, Naval, never stop being you. Anyway, Rogueskirt, what did you think about everything? I know
I missed the actual
briefing.
Well, not the whatever the part where the actual wedding happened. I think Elevon came after that was done and grabbed us, but everything else, it's nice. I've never been to Draconia myself. I was born in the Empire, but I mean, you'll have to tell me, but this seems like close to what I would imagine it being like, if not exactly.
Well, just about. I think you're right. I mean, Elevor did have a hand in that, so you're not wrong to say it's accurate. Not entirely, but.
And I mean, don't sell your part in it short again, like Nivala said. You seem to have been busy here. You see, out of the corner of your eye, Era, something in the air that casts a bit of a shadow across the face of Roachskern. A shadow that gets larger and larger, and you kind of react before you fully grasp what happens as something strikes Roachskern in the head, and you reach out, and as it's about to fall between the two of you, you catch it. And he goes like, ah, what the? As looks down, and due to rolling the highest on that percentile check, you see that you are holding a bundle of flowers as many people around begin to cheer and are staring towards you and Roachskern, and Naval just busts out laughing.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, like the cheers and the everyone now like kind of looking to the music even kind of slows and dies down for a moment as everyone is looking towards you and the copper dragonborn Roachskern. Uh, eh,
I'm gonna. You can have the flowers. Here you go.
No, it's that. So the two of you kind of trying to pass them back to each other. It's all right. You they didn't like me apparently. They kind of no.
I mean, it's a bit unfair because they did it without warnings. Honestly, heathens, all of them. Are you okay?
Normally, you would. I'm fine. It was more surprising than painful.
Are you sure you're not going to have a concussion?
I'm positive. Actually,
will you be able to sleep tonight?
He's still like having looking around, and then maybe not, but not because of that. But you're right. They should really announce these things and probably not toss them towards.
Well, I mean, we can share the flowers if you want.
He reaches out and he grabs a single one out of the bundle and kind of just tucks it into his robe and kind of just waves at the people. It's like, okay, that's enough now.
I'm gonna fling one at Naval too.
She kind of bobbles and catches it, and it's like comes up to you guys, tucks one into her robe, takes one out, and like kind of pins it into your dress that you're wearing as well. So now all of you have a little flower from the bundle, just like a corsage or whatever they're called.
Hold up, I'm not letting something go. Not even one compliment of my hair? Did you guys not notice? I'm not upset. I'm just... It's not good.
Naval looks around, it's like, well, it's like... No, this is better. Yep, I thought about it. This is better. It's especially considering you, less things to get caught in fire and other things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Roachskern just kind of just like, it's quite nice, yes. Not that, I mean, I liked it before too. It was good, fine, good then. You can definitely see a bit more of your face now, which, depending on your mood, may or may not be the best thing. Maybe better or scarier, whichever. Intimidating.
I always feel like...
haircut.
And do I look intimidating right now?
Not at this very moment. Are you,
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna try. How about
intimidation
that? Oh god. Okay. I
with
believe in the dice.
charisma intimidation. Because you're not. I don't think you're using brute force here to be intimidating. You're putting on your era stern face.
16.
16. You see, Wilkskun, he knows, that you said that and that you went into this intentionally. However, there still is like a bit of him that feels like maybe he did say something wrong and you might actually be upset. So he's not sure how to proceed here because you're asking if you look intimidating and he doesn't know the right answer. Your intimidating face is putting him off. Like, you mentioned that you could go for another drink. Perhaps let me get you one. And he walks
That's a good answer.
off.
I'll take it.
All right. And so, we will, as night continues, Thaland, Elevorn, you've begun your dance, and we'll get to that after a break. Just in case there was dance floor conversation that wanted to be had, didn't want to deny the two of you that. So, see you guys in 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So how are you enjoying the generic wedding music?
It's nice. I mean, Toon forgot to put up the short break screen.
So we've just been staring at my empty chair for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Tee. Hello.
Hello.
Have I up?
So Era has another wedding to plan, apparently. Her own.
Nonsense. What the fuck?
think it was Nemo, but everyone seems back now. If Dune's here.
Majority are.
Okay. Are we still here? Did we ever go to the break screen?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're live, and you have
Okay.
been this whole time. Congratulations.
Cool. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad. I was definitely. Anyways.
You do anything embarrassing? Should I roll back the clip?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna watch at home.
Speaking of, so Durand and Elvon, the two of you are sharing a dance on the dance floor, finding it pretty easily to move with the rhythm of the music and with each other. Based on your performance rules. So, you are a pair here in a dance floor that is not completely crowded, but that has maybe half dozen other pairs of individuals dancing, including Isaiah and Nelirian. If you wish to simply dance in silence, you may, but if there's something that one or both of you wanted to say, now's your chance.
I think you did a good job with the ceremony. I mean, I couldn't understand all of it, but what I did understand seemed nice.
Yeah. Thanks. I've never done this before. Haven't really been to one either.
Well, I think it went well. I mean, they seem to be happy. I mean, they're happy with each other, so I mean, but also,
That's kind of really all that matters at the end of the day. Shouldn't
And-
discredit the work you've done yourself, of course.
oh, well, that was mostly you, because you know, were kind enough to share with me.
Oh, well, that's just a memory. You did the actual work. For a moment, it was hard to let it go. But, I mean, I'm practically living the memory. You could argue in better circumstances. All things considered.
I didn't want it to be exactly like your memory, because that didn't seem, quite right. But there were parts of it that just might make it a little more special.
Yeah,
know,
it's
like-
not exactly the same, but that's good. That means I'm not just kind of replacing it. I'm making a new one.
I know that you've talked about what you lost, but seeing it is. I mean, it was never, I never took it lightly, but it made it, um, I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. You've probably been the one that's pushed me the most to talk about it and come to terms with it. A whole year ago, I would have never thought I could be in this exact scenario.
It's really amazing. Your friends, they found each other, and it's really sweet.
Yeah, they're great. Despite everything, they've stuck through it together.
I don't know if anybody told you, but you look pretty nice tonight.
Uh, I, I, I don't think anyone's really given me that much attention tonight. I mean, it's not really mine. But I mean, don't I look the same? I didn't even put on anything fancy. I thought I'd look as official as possible.
Well, then you're doing a good job. You look very nice and official. Eleborn's nodding.
Yeah, I look like a real Fang and Claw.
Well, do you feel like a real Fang and a Claw?
After this, definitely.
Well, good, because you really, really are one.
I haven't forgotten.
So, after a couple more dances, you guys spend the rest of the evening into the night just enjoying each other's company, the company of some of these people who live here who a few days ago were strangers, but some of them you gotten to learn the names of either from just being around or working with to set this whole thing up. Nice to be around friends and those you care about again. As there's, Isaiah, Naval, Oaksgarn, Kina, of course, who is just enjoying the festivity of it all. Dran, you spend time and get the thanks and gratitude of both Zevzal and Naval. The three of you share a drink, and probably one of the only times that either Zev or Naval, or sorry, Neve, not Naval, never, no, Neve, Zev and Neve, and one of the rare moments where neither of them are either getting congratulations or being pulled away to talk from some of the others that are here and other members of your clan. Three of you managed to pull away for 5-10 minutes to share a drink together and just talk about how nice it is. Neve expresses that she was surprised when she came out to see the village looking the way it did, and after learning how it came to be, expressed that she's glad that it's similar but not the same. As it feels like it's their own. It's something new, but familiar, comfortable. A place that was born of an old memory, but where very fresh and new ones this night have been formed, and that will last for the rest of their lives. As individuals begin to bid good night and head back to their homes, Zev and Neve as well do head back to theirs, where it shall be just the two of them this night. So you guys will have to find somewhere else to sleep.
Crap. Maybe just break out the sleeping bag right out here.
Just right out there.
Right in the middle of a street.
Right in the middle of the street. So, as the torches and candlelights begin to be extinguished, and you guys and the some of the like tables and foodstuffs begin to be either broken down or preserved. There's not much left over from the feast that was prepared. The individuals with their instruments pack them up, and a calm silence falls over the village center here. And as the lights extinguish, the stars in the sky are that much more apparent and brilliant as they litter the sky on this mostly cloudless night here. But the four of you, as well as your friends and Naval, it's like, I wasn't told we had to prepare to camp.
Maybe a bit overlooked.
Well, there's the boat, or maybe the inn in the city. I mean, it's a little bit about travel, but
What do you think, Isaiah? Do you want to try the boat or inn, or do you want to stay out? I do have a big tent now, though.
Hmm. 1 second. Oh. I wouldn't mind a tent. Certainly, we've all had to find rest in harsher situations before. Either way, so as the last of the revelers, members of the clan begin to break down, some of them notice that the situation that some of you seem to be in, and extra beds, rooms are offered for any that would wish. Or you guys can find your own way.
I think an inn is a good idea because, the boat, I'm going to be on it for too long, so might as well enjoy an actual bed.
Okay.
I'll probably just stay out here.
Alright. So you guys set up tents, sleeping bags, whatever situations, accommodations you want. As Neredian and Isaiah, I suppose, would be heading to the inn in town. Whichever way. You guys get your night's rest. You wake up and reconvene in the vicinity of Zevzal and Naval's and Neve's. Fuck. Zevzal
The name
is-
combo just runs so well.
does. Zevzal Naval. So Neve
What
and
were you
Zev-
thinking?
I wasn't at the time. Neve existed like 3.5 years before Naval was even conceived. Like, in the thought. So, Zevzal is there. The reins to Drand, the horse in hand, packed up, and it's definitely a sort of bittersweet moment. You can tell the sort of remnants of the night prior and the sort of high of joy and happiness that they were both on is still lingering, but it is starkly contrasted by the fact that you guys have got to get going and you will be leaving this morning or today. There's Zevzal and Neve share a moment, and if she again looks to the rest of you and thanks everyone for what you have done, what you're going to do, and for your parts in a very happy wedding. She expresses that she only wishes it would have lasted a bit longer.
It's not too late, Dub. You can still stay.
Don't get me wrong. And he looks to Neve. That's more tempting than ever now, but I can't.
Yeah.
I
know.
And Neve kind of nods and obviously not happy or thrilled at it, but a sort of sad understanding. But you can tell by the look that she shares that she understands why he needs to go. And as much as maybe she would definitely like him to stay around, she is gonna be strong. For him, for them, and for that which not even he knows. You have your time for goodbyes with Naval and Rokskern. Nedadion, you have a moment for your goodbye with Isaiah before one final jaunt through a tree sends them back to Ambervale. Isaiah gives you a hug, Nedadion, and I stay in touch as much as you can, otherwise I'll have to be bothering you. And
Well,
just might it will be at the most inopportune time.
of course, I mean, it depends on how many times I can ask for that one spell from, you know.
Well,
But I'll try, of course.
let me give you at least one, then.
Yeah.
Say by this point the rings come back into your possession. I guess it's been a few days since the scry, so you have a sending spell in the ring.
Okay.
And after he holds you, hugs you, and pulls apart, he just looks to you, Elevorn, and thank you for last night. I was not expecting to see her or any of you again for some time, so it was... Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming with me. I know I was a little bit, well, I'm always a little bit in a hurry.
At your side, Era, you see Naval, and her face is a bit twisted up, and you can see little bits of tears beginning to form in her eyes, and she's like, "They're such losers."
No. Are you gonna? I mean, you shouldn't. I'm probably gonna get a bit emotional too, kind of like tearing up a bit, but
And Rokesgun comes between the two of you, an arm around each, and kind of pulls you in. Come now, acting like this isn't the first time.
it's
Something
her
like this has
fault.
happened.
She got emotional first.
You're all such losers, you don't understand. And there's a little bit of commotion. Is like, okay, whatever. It's the weird mages. They're doing their thing. It's not the first time that some of us will be called out, and it won't be the last either. It won't be the last. So let's just look forward to the next time, huh? And he reaches over to the two of you and to himself and sort of adjusts the flowers that you all were probably too drunk to remove and fell asleep with still in your clothes.
Well, I'll be sure to bring you guys something. Maybe sand or dirt.
You go to Draconia and all you bring me back is a stupid jar of dirt. I'm gonna be pissed. She smiles. three friends hug and say goodbye. Kina makes the rounds to all of you. And Elevorn, you bring them back to Ambervale.
Wait,
What?
I have to talk to Kina for a minute.
Okay.
So we're going to be gone for a while. You know.
I have enough candles, I'm pretty sure. You got me a lot of them. I've organized them.
Okay, good. But I have another job for you. It's very important. Okay? It's really important. I
Okay.
need you to make sure that every day you give Artat a hug. He needs them.
Do I tell him why, or...
Yes, you can tell him why if you want.
Okay.
Or you could just
I will.
give him hugs.
As his big sister, I will do that.
That's amazing. Thank you, Kina. I know you'll do a good job.
I will. Kina will.
And through the tree they go, the last one being Kina. The four of you standing around watching them go, and they turn and they give their goodbyes. Naval and Rodskern looking to you, Era, Isaiah looking to Netadian, and Kina just standing there waving. And
Good luck! I know you'll do awesome!
as you guys get the last glimpse of Ambervale, as the portal through the tree closes back. Zevzal and Neve say their goodbyes, and he turns to the rest of you. We better get going then.
Yeah, we should go.
And hops on the back of his mount, and as you all are slowly walking out of Little Ulhar towards the docks of Verity and the Falfenum North elvish ship, he keeps stealing looks back to Neve, who is still standing in front of the house until you make a turn that you have to, and there's nowhere to go but forward. You make your way to the docks, to the ship, where final preparations are being made. You hear, as you cross the gangplank and board the ship, you hear Captain Adriel shouting at a dockhand. I don't care if you checked it last night. Last night was not today. I want to take inventory on all of our supplies, make sure we are ready to set sail now. Within the next half hour, please. And yes, Captain. And the deckhand goes and disappears below decks. It's the four of you, as well as Zevzal and Svenkrid, make your way onto the Arbor Wave. Amidst the busyness and chaos that is, all of the pre-departure checks that are going on, you can see the entirety of the crew here. The ship itself seems more ready than it was when you had previously came aboard and checked it out the first time. All of the supplies and crates and everything are securely and tightly strapped down and secured for sea. You guys make your way down to the slightly tight quarters in which you will be sleeping during this 3-month journey, and depending on how much you want to, can set up your own little spaces. You can hear as you walk through the below decks the sound of a sort of heated conversation between the voices of the navigator and his junior navigator Yavelda, as you can hear them discussing courses and charts and weather patterns and the like. On the top end, as well as the sailors are mixed in a bit out of place by their garb and their demeanor. You can see 4 Phoenix Academy mages who will also be a part of this journey, who are detailed to the Falfnumloth. However, you guys are to set sail within a few hours. Along with the rest of the fleet, you notice that some of the ships, in fact, have already departed, and there is a steady stream as you guys are kind of towards the tail end of the fleet that is making its way towards Draconia. You notice that maybe every half hour to an hour, another ship breaks its mooring and begins to make its way out towards the horizon until it disappears over. You can see the small fleet of ships that haven't quite made it to the horizon that are beginning to sail. And finally hits you, this is it. As the ship in front of you sets off, drops its sails, and navigates its way out of the harbor and into the open ocean, you realize that the Arbor Wave, the Falfnumloth, your ship, is next.
The 4 Academy members are also to board this ship with us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so then I guess I'd greet them.
Okay. You walk up to them and miss them. You can see that the one that seems to be the one in charge, who they all have notebooks and are listening intently as she goes down a list of things that she wants done and things she wants paid attention and taken care of as they go about the journey. A human woman with short black hair and pretty pointed features. She has a sort of bitchy intensity about her as she looks to and the other 3, who amidst them are a half-elf woman, a half-orc man, and a human man with blonde hair and dark eyes. You walk up and introduce, and she looks to you and says, I was not made aware of another member being assigned to this detail. Explain what you are doing here.
Well, it's always good to see more Academy members. You guys will be useful to what we're trying to do over here. At any rate, I'm not assigned with the Academy members. Not exactly. At any rate, anything you're to do, if you need any assistance, you can definitely come and ask me directly.
You're part of that special detail, I take it then? I do recall being informed that there was a group of a group not particularly a part of the Empire's navy itself who would be riding with us. Very well. I am Grand Transmuter's assistant, Lanissa. This, pointing to the blonde-haired human man, this is Necromancer Tahir. To the half-orc, Enchanta Vandar, and finally to the half-elf woman, Abjura's assistant, Layla.
Nice to meet everybody. You can call me Era.
I'll nod to you, Tahir, the human man kind of gives you a bit more of a welcoming flourish. Anyways, I am almost sure that your assistance, at least when it comes to piloting the Fell from Nimloth, will not be required, but it is good to have the knowledge that you will be aboard.
Yes, it is very fortunate to have you guys here. I would like to ask you to teach me anything that you currently know, or if anything, I'll be observing. It's always useful to learn new things.
Yes, well, perhaps if you narrowed down that scope of what it is you wish to be taught, we might make some progress there. However, at the very moment, we are going over final preparations, at least for initial maneuvers. So, it was nice to meet you.
Well, one more thing. So, could you clarify again how you guys are planning to assist?
Well, the Fall from Nimloth is a unique vessel, had you not noticed. A
I did.
vessel that, since coming into the acquisition of the Empire, has always had a detail of Academy mages assigned to it, as the very fibers of the ship are receptive to magic in many of its forms, and the warship can be utilized in many ways that your normal ship cannot. It requires a team of mages, the team that you see standing before you here.
I expect no less out of the Academy members. Impressive. Then yes, it's that I want you to show me. Or I guess assist in any way that I can.
But once we get onto the open ocean, we do plan on having a few maneuvers to ensure that, should it be called upon, the boat, as well as the three of you here, pointing her gaze towards the other three, will be able to respond and know what to do should the challenges arise. However, I'm sure that you will be made aware that we are going to be performing such maneuvers, and you might observe should you wish.
Oh, I intend to. On top of that, we're heading to Draconia. Well, right now we don't really have much communication with, so I do expect to assume the worst. Best to be prepared.
And she just nods at that. Kind of like the first person to come to this realization. So, after being acquainted with Lanissa, probably your new best friend, is there anything else that anyone wishes to do prior to departure? So, the time comes, and the four of you are, as well as Sven and Zevzal, are just trying to stay out of the way as the deckhands work with those on the dock to unmoor the ship and shove and hoist off the Falfnimloth, the elvish warship with the large redwood tree at its bow, sprouting out over the, casting much of the deck at this time of day in its shade, makes its way after the rest of the fleet. You feel the sort of jarring kick of the ship as the sails drop and catch the wind, and the ship accelerates to its normal seafaring pace. You hear the sound of the boat cutting through the water and the white noise of the waves that are cascading around the boat caused by its movement through the water kind of just fade into the background. But you guys are set sail. Next stop, Draconia. After the boat has kicked off and there are many checks. It seems like Captain Adriel here runs a very tight ship and has final checks made on having everything stowed for sea. Leak checks being made in the lower decks around the hull after you guys have gotten going, and once everything has been checked, double checked, triple checked, everything seems fine. The sort of chaotic movement around the boat seems to finally sort of settle in. As some individuals head down and begin to rest at this time, which is very early morning, so it's very strange, but they work in shifts. So whoever's going to be manning the later afternoon and evening and night shifts go to get sleep now, as the crew that is manning their posts during the day take their posts. You can see, you saw one having climbed up to the crow's nest area and is presumably just sort of lounging around in there. Not much to see here as you are just making your way out of the harbor. But everything seems, as far as you would know, to be going smoothly and according to plan. Now, only about 3 more months of this. So, is there anything you guys want to accomplish during any projects that you guys had? It's good to keep yourselves occupied. Are you just waiting out the journey?
Well, I brought Bob here, so I would be training him.
Alright, make an animal handling check, please, for Valfir.
That's a 19.
Okay. So that's going to be check for like the course of the journey. So, you kind of got Valfir, the young griffin cub, and 3 months time. It's a very important. These next 3 months are very important developmentally for Valfir. So it's good that you're Elevorn. You are attentive, and he seems very responsive to how you're trying to communicate. And it's odd for you to not just be able to talk to Valfir and tell him what you want him to do, or what's good, what's bad. But it's a challenge, but you rise to it. anything else?
I would probably be sketching a lot of tattoo designs on one book and actually making one on myself, I guess. And also, since I do have my Tresem with me, I would train it and play with it and everything.
All right. So go ahead and you make an animal handling check as well. And what's the tattoo that you're making for yourself, actually?
Just something small on my wrist. It's I don't actually have a design like to show you.
Okay, sure.
It's nothing too special, I think. I don't know.
Gotcha. So,
18.
nice. So, you as well, mostly in the comfort of the positive about the size of where you all will be resting, of the birthing of being in such sort of tight spaces, is that your Tressum doesn't take too long to familiarize itself with its surroundings. So, smaller spaces, probably easier for a seeing impaired flying cat to get used to.
And actually, I figured it out. I'm actually going to take the Tresem spa, dip it into an ink, and then on a paper, and then tattoo that.
So a Tressum paw on like the inside of your wrist?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
A small paw print.
There you go. So, easy enough. Grand, Elevorn, Era, anything else?
I might actually bother Neridion a little bit because we were, back in Worthy talking about learning stuff about dragons and that, symbol of a dragon thing that, this might be time to.
The statuette thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, she, I think you already made the designs for it, as well as some of the, taking the actual gem itself and making the initial sort of lines and cuts, but you're not done with it yet. You can definitely work on and probably finish that by the end of the journey. Alright. So, as you get out and, you have, your tattooing kit and everything, you're surrounded by a crew of individuals where, they've got, there's a fairly interesting array of tattoos and designs covering the arms and bodies of these sailors here. Some you recognize in their sort of iconography, and others you don't. But, it's interesting inspiration for sketching your own personal tattoo ideas.
Yeah, definitely.
Elevorn, you have the agate. When were you planning on using that, or?
Well, yeah. But I was also, nervous about the tree being ready or not, and how it will affect the boat a little, but, not too nervous. I think it'll be okay.
Just do it. Just do it.
It's in the
Yeah,
middle of the
basically.
ocean.
Just in the middle, just bring their boat to life. Don't bother talking to the captain or the mages or anything like that. Who cares? They'll deal with it.
They have to deal with it.
Yeah, right.
Would there be, I don't feel like Elevorn would be like, I have to talk to somebody before I do it. Like, I mean, would there be that sense? Or.
I can't say that.
Because, like, I mean, we have, like, loose leadership stuff. Like, we'll talk to each other about what we're doing. But, I mean, she hasn't been part of, like, an army or anything. So, like, the chain of command thing that you're talking about, I don't know if that exists in Ella's head.
Right, so you awaken the boat.
Well, yeah, if the boat wants to be awakened. I mean, the tree on the boat. The boat tree? The tree boat? The boat.
Same thing. Alright. So, at this point, we're about maybe a week and a half into your journey, and you're getting used to it. It was a hard adjustment at first, especially once all of the fresh fruits and vegetables ran out, and you transitioned to the more sustainable stock of food, which is significantly less flavorful and more difficult to eat. But it sustains you. The first few days were definitely the roughest, but the boat has fallen into a cycle, into an order, and you find that you yourselves have fallen into your own sort of cycles, whether it be training Valfir, the Tressum, eavesdropping and stalking the other academy mages. You all find your own things to do. Right, Era? Probably. Take
Oh
note.
yeah, 100% going to be bothering the Phoenix Academy members. I mean, I'm sure I'd also bother Neri and talk about like the books that we have commonly read, but
Sure.
Yeah.
Again, like a week and a half in here, so we still have
listen,
read
read slower.
Yeah,
reads.
we read
Reads.
slow. We read like one page per day or something.
Page a
Page a
day.
which the slow pace of your reading does upset the crew that has taken an interest, as like, you know, story time on the docks, on the top deck. Yeah, you overhear at one night them like kind of sharing their own like tales and stories, and you're like, oh, these guys like story time, huh? And so you've gotten these some of them pretty hardened sailors, like kind of like very into these just sleazy romance novels. So, are you awakening the boat, Elevon?
Yeah.
Okay. How long does it take to cast? Spells.
It takes 8 hours.
8 hours.
Oh my god.
Only 8 hours.
Well, I mean, I
Something.
could do it, you know, like overnight or something, because it doesn't have to be immediately. It's just then I can use it, like, after spending the casting time.
Yeah.
You know.
So 8 hours is a long time.
Well, yeah.
And you're doing it like, you know, overnight. There is a crew that, you know, obviously it's manned at all times. And you being in the same place for 8 hours straight is bit strange. Into friends. And you go to bed, and you wake up and come back, and Elevorn is still where you had said goodnight to her.
Oh my god. Did you get any sleep? Oh wait. Can she even respond? Are you okay?
You say that, and you're not exactly sure what she's doing, because this is Elevorn, and she just does stuff. But you've seen her do this before. With Artat. And you're not sure whether it's like a oh shit type moment. I don't know. However Duran responds would be up to you. How would Duran respond to just figuring out that Elevorn is here, granting sentience to the boat as you're in the middle of the ocean?
I don't know, another day.
Just another day. Seems
look,
right.
Look, Duran, as long as it's not a question of morals here, everything goes.
Alright. So, Elevorn. After 8 hours of intense focus on the being within the tree, the being that is the tree that you have spoken with before, and getting more familiar with it and bringing and wrenching that sort of latent consciousness that resides within this living being, and sort of working and pulling it towards sentience, the spell concludes. The agate that you have been using dissipates into and throughout the tree and the boat until any remnants of the sort of light shade hue of the gem fades, and the boat retains its natural deep redwood coloring. But the spell is complete, and the Falfnim Loth has awakened. Drand, you watch as the naturally the leaves that make up the large tree that is perched on the front of the ship that had been blowing in the breeze against the acceleration of the ship suddenly begin to move, stretch, and bend abnormally, as if on their own volition.
This is safe, right?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It's a tree boat. Seems safe. They've been using it for a long time.
Huh.
One of the sort of roots that sort of stretches alongside the back of the ship comes up, and almost like the tree itself is examining it, as you hear from behind you a holy shit, and looking up, the person in the that's in the crow's nest, who has a very nice view of this going on, just like, Captain! Captain! and he begins to climb down and hurriedly kind of trips and slips the last few rungs and falls on his ass, and then gets up and runs towards Captain Adriel.
And I approach the tree. Get closer if I'm not already there.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
So, Duran, you're just there with Elevorn,
Yeah.
staring at the tree. The two of you here. Good morning. From behind you.
Behind.
Mhm.
I'll turn around.
You kind of turn, and you can see that the roots have made their way from the sides of the ship onto it, and where they come and join together, they have twisted together and kind of formed into what looks like the sort of visage of an elvish, sort of like an elvish female, but made out of these roots and vines and leaves. And she's examining the roots and vine twig fingers of her form here, and as she moves across, it's not so much walking, but the roots that had stretched along the boat are kind of sliding across the ground, almost like a gliding type motion, as this tree person, essentially.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. This is not the same, or I don't know what I was expecting really.
Well, now you can talk to everybody.
Still coming to. Well, I've experienced the world in many ways, but this is new.
Kind of looking around, the green, long, basically, hair is what it approximates to. Of like made of leaves, kind of cascades, like a sort of like a dryad type look, but made of bark, roots, and wood. And again, the movement, it's not walking, it's all the roots that are being pulled, basically pushed and pulled and controlled by the tree itself as it makes its way across the deck on the front here, as from behind you see hurrying out is the lookout that had went to alert the captain, who's coming out, is like kind of keeping a brisk walking pace, keeping up with him, but is not panicking, is more just like, what the fuck, what the hell are you talking about, than anything. He gets up and he sees, stops and sees the elvish humanoid figure made out of roots, leaves, and vines, and by the gods, what sorcery is this? Looks to you and looks to, what have you done to my ship? The ship itself turns to him. It's up and down. Captain Adriel, it's nice to meet face to face. Who the devils are you? I'm your ship. He's baffled and what? What do you mean you? And you watch as extending its will throughout the ship, as the ship is now awakened in all facets. She puts on a little display. raises the sails. And it's almost like she's testing out what she can do herself. Not having this before, the ship takes a sharp turn as the wheel spins out of the hands of the one that's manning the helm right now. Like, I can't get it under control! And you can see and kind of get the amusement of the Falcon here, and a slight chuckle escapes the wooden lips of the Falcon and her form as the sails raise, lower, raise again. So go, okay. And looks to the two of you. Somebody explain to me what is going on. And somebody get us back on course!
It's your ship.
Oops. You just said it's your ship?
Yeah, just said it's your ship. It is.
I've been talking with your ship since I got here. Not since we set sail, but I have talked to her since then, but when we first arrived. And, no, she's alive, and she's been conscious, so, now she's very conscious. Smile.
That explains all the running to and fro from the ship when we first got here, eh?
Well, yeah, it's very interesting conversationally because there's all kinds of stuff that, the elves were doing, and I was interested in that too.
You know, I get you. Just, I had no clue.
I came to captain this ship, and I expect my ship and my crew to listen to me. And now I have a ship that can think and act for itself.
Well,
The ship responds.
consider it a partnership.
The ship responds.
Oh, come now, Adriel. I've heard the way that you and your crew speak of me. Every time something goes wrong or right, you speak as if I've always had a mind of my own anyway. Either way, I believe that you have always found me to be reliable. That will not change.
And the elvish female form glides across the deck from one side to another, port to starboard, and turns back and looks towards the direction of Draconia after willing the wheel to right and correct course.
I believe in what you are doing. I have no intentions of interfering with that. Just now I get to enjoy the ride.
And the form kind of melts and dissipates as the roots and vines untangle and retract back to the sides of the ship. you can see he's between confused, excited, and angry. It's a weird combination of emotions that are flashing across his face, and he ends up just kind of turning and shouting, Lanissa! Where in the hells is Lanissa? Lanissa! And he walks away.
I don't know what he's mad about, if he's mad. I mean, cause it's so cool. I mean, is this not like the coolest boat? It's alive. I mean, it's been alive a long time, and it still is. And I don't think other ships are. It just felt important.
I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure he'll warm up to her.
No, he'll come round. He does not like things out of his control, but I'm sure I can convince him that this is for the better.
And you turn to see that over the railing, the vines have kind of come up to form the upper half of the elvish female form that is kind of lounging, arms folded over the railing, but from the outside of the boat, looking in towards you two.
Yeah, exactly. See, I agree with Miss. Do you have a name, or just the same name as before?
First time I was ever given a name was when I was taken and created into this so long ago. Now I am something new. I would not mind the name, the only name that I have had, however, were I to have a new one, it should be to the one who created me again to give one to me. Otherwise, Thofmanloth, Arborwave, whichever you prefer.
Nimue. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Wait, what? Nimue?
Yeah, it's part of her old name. And
Okay,
something new.
okay, I like it.
Oh god, we did it. We're doing it. All right, we're doing it.
Nimue. I like it.
And again, the vines unravel, and you see the figure, the form that the boat takes as it's experiencing the world through fresh and new eyes. As it dissipates from right in front of you, you can see the form now at the very back end of the boat, just kind of looking around.
Might want to break that one to the captain.
All right. Maybe we should find him. I could tell him. Yeah. Right?
So you go to find the captain. You see his quarters are closed, and you presume that he's talking with Lanissa, who's the head of the Academy Mages here, shouting about what the hell is he going to do with a living ship, and what kind of magic is this, etc., etc.
Well, can I just shout through the door then? Be like, her name is Nimue.
As graceful as ever.
And then that's it. Just leave. What do you do? Thought you should know.
That's all he needs to do.
Well, that's one way of breaking it to him.
Word spreads very quickly. Like, within 15 minutes, everybody knows. Including, of course, Netadion and Era. Heated discussions end up being like, it's what's done is done. You can't really undo this.
I'm just glad it didn't turn out bad.
Right, what if she turned into Arta?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like, what if she just turned into just like a bigger Arta? Now we had no boat.
Oh, like the entire ship just pops into a tree somehow?
Yeah. I don't know.
You guys are just on a log now, just rafting through the ocean.
That's what I was saying. It's the same.
Nightmare.
We have a
Anyway.
foldable boat. It would have been fine.
True.
You four would have been fine.
Yeah.
Though, Elorn, I am a bit curious that why did you decide to do this now? I mean, was there a specific reason, or was it just, you felt like so? Or did she ask you to?
Well, I had been talking with her, and yeah, I mean, she was interested in it. And I mean, I had to wait to get the supplies. I mean, I would have done it sooner, but I couldn't get the gems soon enough to do it, so had to be. Well, I mean, I waited a little while too to make sure that this is what the boat wanted. I mean, her name is Nimue now.
Okay. Well, I suppose this trip got even more interesting.
You think we'll get there faster now?
You can ask the ship now. You can ask her herself.
We,
Walls have
Maybe
ears and eyes.
Oh no.
we should introduce ourselves. What was her name again?
It is Nimue.
Nimue. Nimue?
Are you calling out to the ship?
Oh, well, I'm saying it a few times until I'm satisfied with the pronunciation that I.
Gotcha.
Okay. I mean, I'd still like to say hi. So yeah, I guess I'll. Where's the tree? Is the tree with us?
The tree's not
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah, the
Really
trees
trying
are
to
here.
stay on. The
There.
tree is not here right now.
It's all around you.
The spirit.
Please leave a message.
Swim away.
Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
Yes, hello.
So you head up topside. You can see a lot of people are not completely comfortable with this. Lots of superstitious sailor types that, this is probably one, they were kind of hesitant about maybe getting on a weird tree belt in the first place, and now now this. So there's a lot of kind of the captain has gone from being like, confused, angry, and kind of like about everything to now it's like, okay, gotta keep the crew in line, get tensions cut, and have everybody level-headed. So he's talking everybody down and explaining the way that things are gonna be now. And I know it's a bit strange, weird, and nobody, myself included, was expecting this, but we have Lanissa here. We have the best that the Academy has to offer, and they've assured me that nothing will run afoul here. Just treat the boat with the respect that it deserves, the same way that you always have. The same way that if you hadn't, I would have your ass for, and everything will be fine. And I was like, I don't know about this, Captain. This is kind of. Another one's like, I don't know. I think the boat's pretty cute, actually.
Of course, they have the Academy's best. They have Aira over here.
I mean, you're right, but we also have Lanessa over here too. Anyways, I'd still like to introduce myself, so I'm gonna go talk to Nimue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna move excitedly towards the tree.
Okay. So you head towards the tree, and you're standing there in front of the tree. And you can see that around the tree, where previously the roots of the tree that is affixed to the bow of the ship were kind of stretched along the hole, along the sides of it, now you can see some of the roots have kind of stretched and amassed at this part of the front of the ship here, just before the tree as well.
For a moment, I think about my interaction with Artat, and I was just like, I think to myself, okay, let me not have a similar approach and possibly alarm. Nimue, is it?
And kind of shouting up to the tree, like, where am I supposed to be directing? How am I supposed to be keeping eye contact? To your side, you can see the form of the female elf, but made of the roots of the tree, come to, and
Still getting used to responding to that name, but yes. Hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Era. I don't want to mess this up. I look over here. Well, anyways, I don't want to mess this up. And by that, you don't really need to know what I mean. But hello. Care to have a conversation? At some point?
The first conversation I've had in some time came not too long ago with your friend. Now I feel like they're going to be happening all the time. It is a very big change. But yes. What would you like to speak of?
You know, I do have a few questions, but I have many questions, and I feel I should first narrow them down to simple questions. But I mean, it's just. I mean, it's very impressive with what Elevorn can do, and I get curious about what other creatures probably think at the time and things like that. Kind of just wanted to learn more about you, more about the boat. History, things that you can remember, or whatever you find interesting.
I do have stories. History. Something I have been a part of. Perhaps not your history, or even history that you would have been alive for. But I have questions as well. Questions for you, Ella.
For me specifically, or for anybody that's that can
Well,
also
you asked
talk.
me to share
Oh,
my past, my stories, and to question me on them. I have overheard the stories that you have told, and I have questions of them.
sure. Anyone can appreciate a mutual exchange of information.
And so, Nimue begins to ask her questions as, the four of you are standing around and watching this exchange between Era. And it becomes quickly apparent that she is referencing the stories that you have told in your storytime book club thing with...
Oh my.
Dying of laughter over here since she started saying, I have questions about your stories. I was like, what are the stories she's been telling?
I knew instantly what kind of stories.
I had no clue.
Exactly.
Honestly, I didn't either, but.
Because you've
Dun-dun.
been telling stories on the top, like with everybody.
Oh, yeah, true,
Mary
true,
is
true,
trying
you're
to
right.
be really not laughing or anything. It's like,
Yeah, it's earnest curiosity and ignorance on the part of Nimue here.
I respect it. It pales in comparison.
Okay, well, there is a time and place, and clearly right now is not the time or place. I mean, you heard it yourself. You know, it's on the, it's outside at the deck at night. Oh, listen, I will be happy. I mean, not happy. I'm just, you know what? I have the best stories for you to hear. As a matter of fact, we have quite a few people interested, but not at this time, at this moment, with maybe with everyone looking or anything like that. But okay, yes, that's yes, okay.
Okay. Conversations are very different depending on who they are with. I'll have to remember that. Stories are for nighttime. I shall see you tonight then.
Um.
Kind of looks up towards the sun and extends the twig-like hands to cast shadows across the deck and her own face. Before, once again, the roots and vines untangle and disperse and dissipate back to the hull of the ship.
well, I guess tonight's gonna be interesting then.
You know, maybe maybe I should make sure I have certain spells prepared just in case. But yeah, it looks like we'll have story time. Anyways, that means I still have to catch up by reading the chapter. So thank you for reminding me. Or was it a page at a time? I forgot. But don't tell anyone. I'm actually on chapter like 3, 4.
I won't tell.
Okay.
I'm close to that chapter too.
Alright. So, throughout the day, everyone definitely not comfortable by any means. Comfortable is a stretch. But they are aware, and nobody has openly freaked out or revolted or attempted to do anything extreme. As you know, it's normal and whatever for you, Durand, to have witnessed this and what Elevon does. This is not normal by any means. And again, a lot of these normal sailor types were already a bit like, this is kind of weird being on this weird magic elf boat, and now the magic elf boat is a magic elf boat. So a magic boat elf, rather. Let's go with that. Magic boat elf, yeah. So as the sun sets and night approaches, kind of habitually, still, your Era, Netadian, and a few of the other crew that have just gotten off shift and are now like staving off their sleep time to attend story time. So your little group that has come around and I guess Durand, Elevorn, are you joining in this time? You guys don't normally attend these book club meetings.
I'm good.
No? Even if Nimue is going to be there?
Even if Nimue is going to be there,
Yeah, that was the thing. Like they said, story time is for nighttime, so you're gonna talk to the tree tonight.
Oh. Well,
You still don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to.
I mean, I'd be none the wiser. I don't know what the hell story time is, actually. Yeah, I'll go.
You're about to find out.
You're gonna find out. You're gonna learn today. All right. And Elevorn, I assume you're gonna be there.
No, but there might be like an extra rat or something hanging out.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So Elevorn's not there in person. Well,
We're gonna
well
see
maybe
her
Elevorn's been there every
to
time.
get-
Elevorn's been secretly. She's gotten. It's a bad habit to start Elevorn. You don't like first the field mouse, now this. Like, you're gonna start barging in on everyone's conversations.
Well, they're not having secret. It's on the deck of the boat, right? So it's like,
Yeah. So
I'm
why do you
just
feel
gonna-
like you have to be secrety?
because I don't know what they're going to talk about, and I'm nervous about what they're going to talk about because Era was very nervous about what she was talking about, and I don't know if I will. Whatever, fine,
Alright,
we'll
so for
go
now-
as Elevorn. But
No. You said you could show up as Elephant if you want, but you're going to be a little rat somewhere along the side, just kind of what's going on here. And so, as you approach Drand, Neredian, and Era, you've brought out the book that you guys have been making your way through, which is which one? I assume you have the list, right? You made me come up with the names, so I assume you have them.
You gave me 3 books.
So which one are you guys reading?
Which one are we gonna read? Did you write them down, by the way?
I haven't. You guys wanted me to make up titles, so I
mean-
assumed you wrote them down.
I wrote them down, but did Max write them down?
I messaged, but I don't know where it is right now. Pinned.
This is what book do we want to be on? The newest books were
of the ocean,
Oh, right,
of
yeah.
love and elves, and some kind of. You
50
didn't really.
Shades of something.
Yeah, you didn't really give a title. You just said something to that effect.
But yeah, those were the new books. The old books that Neredian has were Plotty Love, Ballads of the Bad Boy, Beauty is In.
Okay, I guess. Oh my God, which is the one with the elves?
Of Love and
Of
Elves.
Love and Elves.
Yes, that
Of
one.
Love.
At least by the title, if we go by the title. The other
Yeah,
books
we
could
can go by
contain elves too.
Emotion in the ocean.
So you're sitting around, the two of you, around, these salty sailor types, like, on crates, barrels. Some of you just on the deck of the ship, on the stairs leading up to the other levels of the ship there, like towards the helm. You break out the book, and one of them's like, "Oh, I thought we were going to continue Ballads of the Bad Boy."
Well, we can still do that a bit later.
All right. If I don't find out what happens with Jareth tonight, I'm not going to bed happy. And Dran, you make your approach to a little quips like, hey Dran, and just some of the sailors that gotten to know your name. I guess even those holy types get urges sometimes, huh?
I have What urges are you talking about?
Yeah, don't worry, mate. Nothing's gonna escape this little circle here. We're all secret safe with us.
Um, sure.
So, Nimue makes her appearance, coming to form on the sort of outside of the circle, filling in an empty spot. To which, there's a startled reaction from uh, the crew members, and even, takes a couple of you by surprise, just because, not quite 100% used to it yet.
I'm gonna wave my hand and like motion her, I guess. Like, hello, hello.
The form of that the ship takes glides over as the roots kind of shift their way towards you, and now it is time to share stories.
Yeah, it's time to share stories. It all really depends on where we want to start. It doesn't necessarily have to be about anything in particular. However, if we want to find out what happens to a particular character, then it's something we can discuss. So there are different types of stories. There's real stories, and then there's stories that are written in books. So I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with like tales being written, and whether it be
Well, actually, to be fair, there are stories that are written in books that are real too. At least I think.
yes, correct. Is there a particular one that you heard that you were more interested in, or do you want to know like experiences? Also, whatever happens, I mean, whatever gets conversed in the circle stays in the circle. Understood?
The the other, like, maybe four others that, like, other crew members that have been steady members of this book club, kind of are like nodding and looking for confirmation from Nimue, who, I understand, is this normal? Are stories usually held with such esteem and secrecy? Are they valuable?
Some are, some aren't. These ones are.
Then I am honored that you would include me.
I think the honor is ours. I'm sure you have.
If you hadn't, I would be able to hear anyway.
That's interesting, but you. So wait, do you hear everyone at the same time? Like, do you just absorb all the information? Or do you like fixate on a certain topic?
No, I hear it, but cannot focus on it all at once. Only focus on my senses in one very specific area at a time, it would seem. Though I can shift that focus around the ship and around myself, as they are one and the same, pretty much at will. You see, this makes some of the crew members very nervous, as maybe the boat is not totally familiar with, that maybe not 100% honesty being maybe not the best policy at all times, but she hasn't learned that yet.
No, hold on, just 1 second. we all have to be aware this is a almost once in a lifetime opportunity. This alone will be able to forge tales for others. How many people are going to encounter a living tree? You should not be afraid. You should welcome the unknown and
Well,
ask
I
away
mean,
at your
actually, technically,
tales.
most trees are living.
Ah,
Same guy that corrected you about the story.
anyways.
Damn it, Jimmy, you're such an asshole sometimes.
Point proven. I will not forget this, Jimmy. But now, do you have a specific question you want to ask us, or is it referring to the previous night conversation we've had?
I mean, actually, if you don't mind as well, Nimue, I think I've heard. If any of y'all aren't opposed to it, I'd actually be quite interested in hearing the boat story.
Slight murmuring of agreement, and one kind of just like, oh, I guess. Just one very dirty boy. Just wanted to get to the raunchy smut.
There's time for that. So much time. We're gonna be on the ship for ages.
Well, as they say, one night at a time.
And you know, I ain't wrong. We've all heard our share of unbelievable tales from the sea, but this is gonna be right up there with the best of them.
Well, I suppose I could share a story. If that's all right.
I don't mind.
And so you can see the sort of body language of these roots, if you could call it that, sort of hint at Nimue attempting to recall. And she tells a story of not just her creation, but the creation of others like her. Over 1,000 years prior to the events of the Scourge that had back to the days where the gods walked the earth alongside their disciples. And to the time of her creation, which was wrought out of necessity by an alliance of different elvish nations. The Algel, the Aljut, and the Anthera. Which explains them as being essentially the predecessors to the modern day High Elves, Wood Elves, and the Elves of the Feywild. Or rather, the High Elves, the Wood Elves, and the Elves of the Fey. And that her and many others like her were created by this Elvish alliance, crafted to combat the Drow and the forces of a demon goddess named Lolth, who her and her priestesses and followers had set up on an island off the coast of modern-day Jejuant, named for the alliance of these three nations. be known to the Alliance and throughout the events of the Scourge as the Demon Web Isle. And the fleet went to encounter Lolth and her forces. Nimue explains in great detail as he goes into the waters around the island. As they encountered, the waters became thicker, inky, and wrought with webbing. Webbing that itself clung to the ships, and many of others like her were lost and sunk and probably still rest at the bottom of the ocean off the coast of what was the Demon Web Isle to this day. There's haziness to her recollection, as she was not as aware as she is now to acquire and sense all of this information, and what she experienced was very much more localized to the boat than what she's able to see and hear now after being awakened. But from the sea, she wasn't able to see much, but it seemed as if the Elvish Alliance was on the back foot. What had started as a maybe hopeful engagement with the forces of Lolth and attempting to drive back the Drow and their demon queen seemed to be more than they could handle. And many of the members of the Alliance were being forced back into the inky, murky waters to be dragged down by either the water itself, the sticky webbing that made it difficult to navigate, or the many spawns and creatures that served the Spider Queen. And it was during the battle, only after many losses, many deaths of both elf and tree boat like her alike, that the fourth faction of this alliance, the Ishtarans, unveiled a magic, a weapon that none of the other alliances had been made aware of, none of the other factions of elves. A weapon that turned the tide of the battle and the events of the Scourge entirely. Magic that eventually led to the end of the Scourge and the end of the gods' time walking this plane unfettered in their natural forms. All of this she hears, or says, most of it outside of the very detailed account of the waters and the webbing and the types of creatures that made their way onto her deck before to do battle with the crew that had crewed her at the time. Everything else was secondhand accounting, as she wasn't able to actually visually see or sense what was going on, but it was just the tales that she had just in passing overheard. And during this time, the other crew members, even the one that was a bit disappointed that you weren't going to get to the smarter, just kind of fixated and hanging on the words of this ship, and take a moment and look around, and you can see that they're not really put off, at least during the story, by the fact that they're talking to a root tree boat woman, but instead they're just hanging on the words and the past and the history that not many, if any, living today would recall or have knowledge of. So to have a first-hand account of events that happened near 1500 years ago is quite something, even to these not the most academic types. So, the three of you, the rest of the crew, having listened to the story, and a little rat, ears perked up, listening along somewhere as well. Nimue finishes her story and then almost immediately goes to you, Era, and asks very abruptly, directly, openly about a particularly crass subject and line that you had read the previous night. And the sort of sudden, jarring shift is where we'll leave off and pick up next time. Story time with Nimue.
Oh gosh.
A new member for our book club.
Ha!
Members.
What?
You have a lot of new members.
Yeah.
Duran's involved now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Durant isn't there.
I came for the story from the boat. That's what I assumed was happening, and I was not wrong, thankful.
Sure.
That's what I was here for. That's what I got. I mean, I come back tomorrow. If it changes, then that's another story.
I'm gonna bubble you.
Oh no.
I can still roll away. Can I say
Okay,
that?
but like you as a sphere will not be able to go into any court. You are stuck with us.
That's an easy counter. I can cast silence on myself. It makes like a 15-foot like area, or is it 10-foot? It makes a small area that I can't hear any sound in.
Wow. Crazy.
That is the most versatile ability I have been given. I've used it in combat. I've used it in my room. And I fear I may have to use it
What
in
is
book
it?
club.
It's an ability?
It's a spell.
Oh, that's crazy. Almost like I can almost dispel it.
I can just do it again. You don't have enough
Spell it.
spells.
Listen.
You guys don't like PvPing, so don't even talk like this.
He does. I hate PvP. He loves it. If you
D&D
look,
PvP?
I don't know. If you put PvP in our sessions, she'd show up like 3 times more a week.
Totally not. That
We
sounds
tried
like
PvPing and it didn't work.
Listen. True. But
Yeah, but she was here for it.
She was here, yeah.
Exactly. Imagine how many more times you could get her if we just introduced PvP.
Okay, it can't be, the problem is it was planned PvP. This is just, PvP whenever I feel like it. That's what's okay.
oh,
She
when
started.
it's not actual. But well, you were really I'm gonna leave. Like mid conversation, rude.
I don't want to hear your raunchy stories.
I got.
No, I wasn't seriously expecting you to answer, so. And I'm probably not going to. I don't want you thinking about how you're going to respond next session because I'm probably not going to revisit it. It's
absolutely.
Okay. No, that's okay.
No, nothing like that.
This is a fade to black kind of, role play. We don't.
I had Wattpad open and everything.
Oh lord.
I'm glad you ended. Anyways,
Good night.
good night.
Good night.
Iconic weapons and clothing. You've just received an iconic item along with a set of iconic crafting specs. You can use these to